I did that too, by the way. Can we get the likes to like at least 10K? Yes, I'll try to DM you, Club Live. Sorry, I got like a lot of requests. So I'm trying to get through the requests. If I don't get through to your request yet, my bad. Okay, this is not even funny at all. Why are you saying W Uncle Jeffrey, bro? Shut the fuck up. That was actually sick, I'm not gonna lie. But MBS is Mohammed bin Salman, who's the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. MBS is the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And MBZ is Mohammed bin Zayed. He's the he's the president of the UAE, the United Arab Emirates. And they're all involved, by the way. I mean, we read the file yesterday that said something about, what was it? Something about Trump getting gifted a sheikh's virgin daughter. Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry, my bad. Give me a second. Oh. Because I'm going through all the files. I'm reading through them before I share them with you. So it is really a lot of labor. So if you do want to support me, my pay link is in my bio. Anything helps. That would genuinely be awesome. But yeah, I am going to go through Trump's again today and Epstein's too. By the way, I have been seeing the pay links that I got. I appreciate you, Shabia. Thank you very much. I have also seen the pay links that I got, that I already got, donations that I got yesterday. I appreciate you guys for all that. I appreciate you guys for your generosity as well. So thank you for the donations yesterday. And it'd be really awesome if y'all can continue with the donations today too. Oh, is there a lag? What the hell? Hello? Hello? Can y'all hear me? Okay, it's not lagging. If you think it's lagging for you, just like swipe out the app and then come back. That's how you fix the lag, by the way. You just swipe out the app and you come back. So yeah. By the way, I found another journal. And yesterday's journal really took a toll on me. But I did find another journal. So we'll see how we do that one. Hopefully my mouse doesn't die, by the way. Yes, the journals are very heartbreaking. So this is the journal that I found. Apparently it's of a 16-year-old. Or I think it's of the same person who was 16. So, yeah, it's gonna be really tough. As per usual from yesterday as well. So it really, I did need to take like some time for myself after yesterday, because it was legitimately a very, very disturbing read. I think you kind of hear like incubator, like the idea of like you read about breeding farms and breeding and all those different things, but listening from a person who is being bred, it's crazy. So as per usual, trigger warning, the live is going to contain a lot of discussions around SA, a lot of discussions around abuse. And if you feel like your mental health cannot deal with this, then please do leave the live. I think it's very important that you protect your mental health as well. So everybody can have access to the lives and what I'm reading as well. I'm going to be uploading it to YouTube, okay? Because I do have a YouTube. It's in the link tree in my bio. If you guys, by the way, want the documents that I'm reading, I'm going to create a channel in my Discord server, and I'm going to place the documents there so you can have them for yourself, so you can save them for yourself, okay? So if you want that, there's the Discord link is in the link tree in my bio. I still haven't created the channel yet. I am going to create it though. And then it's going to be there. You can have access to everything that I have access to. Yeah. So let's continue. Pootie? Who's Pootie? Okay. So this is another journal that I found, but let's start from the beginning of other things that by the way, this is a visual image of the different people who are involved. This is an image of the different people who are involved. By the way, just wanted to say that, who have been mentioned in the Epstein files. Yes, up until now, Michael Jackson was mentioned. I still need to do a deep dive into Michael Jackson, by the way. But he has been mentioned because one of the victims said that they heard Epstein talk to MJ on the phone. So this is up until now, by the way. Just wanted to say that. So yeah. This is another further photo that I found, by the way, of Trump. As you can see here, this guy cannot hide it, by the way. The victims are redacted. And that's why you see a box. And then yesterday, remember we were talking about one of the files that were deleted? And I was wondering why they were deleted. So in one of the files, turns out the brothers who were mentioned actually are going to court currently. So it says here, a federal sex trafficking trial begins for luxury real estate brokers and their brothers. These were the three Alexander brothers who were mentioned in like Trump's circle. And so they have been, they're currently going through court. This is a new article from January the 27th, 2026. So, so let's hear what this has to say. Hold on.
Orrin and Tall Alexander were high-flying.
Let's hear what this has to say.
For years, Orrin and Tall Alexander were high-flying luxury real estate brokers selling some of the most expensive properties in the country. Now they and a third brother, Alon, are on trial in Manhattan for sex trafficking, accused of drugging and raping dozens of women. But during opening statements today, federal prosecutors said for over a decade they masqueraded as party boys when they were really predators. Prosecutors allege the brothers lured women and girls with promises of parties and trips and then worked together to rape them.
As the lives of the defendants used their wealth and positions to create and facilitate opportunities to sexually assault women.
Their lawyers argue all sex was consensual. The government is trying to turn their life of partying into one of the more serious crimes we have, sex trafficking. Orrin Alexander's lawyer said today that is dating. That is hooking up. Today, the jury heard from a woman testifying using a pseudonym who said she met Alon Alexander at Zac Efron's apartment. She says after...
Huh? Did I just hear that right? Zac Efron? What?
Is hooking up. Today, the jury heard from a woman testifying using a pseudonym who said she met Alon Alexander at Zac Efron's apartment. She says after they left the apartment, Alexander drugged and raped her. I was saying no multiple times, and he wasn't listening, she said. There was no regard for me. At least 8 accusers are expected to testify.
Prosecutors need to prove not only that these sexual encounters were non-consensual, but that this was a sex trafficking operation, that the Alexander brothers conspired to engage in this conduct through force, fraud, and coercion.
Okay, so they're trying to downplay what they did, right? So it says here, the brothers are accused in a 12-count superseding indictment of conspiring over more than a decade to substance, SA, and rape dozens of women, sometimes involving multiple perpetrators. Prosecutors allege the SAs were at times planned in advance, with women flown to vacation destinations under the guise of exclusive travel opportunities. Excuse me? For years, they wanted to lure girls with promises of parties and trips, and when they got there, the defendants raped them. The brothers used whatever means necessary, sometimes substances, alcohol, sometimes brute force to carry out their rapes. Some of the victims were underage, some said no, some were incoherent, but none of that mattered to the brothers because they were going to have sex with these victims no matter what, Prosecutor Madison Smizer said in her opening statement. For over a decade, they masqueraded as party boys when really they were predators. Now, who are these people, right? Can someone tell me which brothers... What was the question? Can someone tell me which brothers these are? I just showed... Yeah, this is the Alexander brothers, right? Hold on, let me... Where was it? Their image... Hold on. Where was their image? There's 3 of them. These brothers, right? They're called the Alexander brothers. Now, they're trying to downplay what they did, but let's see what they did, right? Why are they in the Epstein files? Because they are in the Epstein files, by the way. Hold on, I had it here somewhere. Give me a second. You see how many stuff there is? Okay, here we go. Where were they? Give me a second. They were in this table. Okay. This is a table, by the way. This was the document that was deleted, by the way. Let's see where they were. Give me a second. Wait, where are they? Hold on. Sorry, I have to look into it. Here. There they are. Found them. It says here, at age 16, while modeling, Collar attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York residence. On one occasion, Collar reported she was essayed by Epstein. On another occasion, 2 twin brothers, Alan and Orrin, lured Collar and her friends upstairs, but they escaped back downstairs. Collar stated Orrin raped her best friend, and a third brother, Tal, raped a 14-year-old girl named Katie. Collar named other individuals involved in big orgy parties with her, other young girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Online complainant reported she was a victim and witness to S trafficking ring at the Trump golf course in Rancho Palos Verdes, California between 95 and 96. complainant reported Ghislaine Maxwell as the madam and broker for sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, and Donald Trump. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been unalived and buried at the facility. Can we focus on that? Can we focus on how they were buried at the facility, at the golf course? Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's then head of security that if she ever talked of what went on there or who she saw, she would end up as fertilizer for the back 9 holes like the other CUNTS. By the way, Ivana is also buried there. Ivana Trump, his ex-wife, who he also raped. Yeah, he buried his ex-wife there too, by the way. So now I want to know how many people are buried there. Right? Crazy. What the hell? Now I want to know how many people are buried there. So these were the brothers, by the way. And also to the people who are saying, oh no, Trump is not involved, Trump is not involved, Trump is not involved. Let's hear what Epstein has to say.
Have you ever had a
Right? Let's hear what Epstein has to say.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Did you hear that?
Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment.
He pled the 5th, which is literally an answer, by the way. It is an answer. It literally is an answer. Not answering and saying he pleads the 5th is literally already an answer. Okay? So I don't know who he's tricking. Also, yeah, Trump isn't involved, right? Why is he at an Epstein party? And why does he, look at him, sleazy. Why is he already there? They look pretty close to me. Very close, actually. They look very, very close. Yes, one of the victims literally said Trump always tries to, what did she say? Impress Epstein, right? So let's not beat around the bush, right? We also heard from the 13-year-old victim of Trump. We also heard from the 13-year-old victim of Trump, right? There are multiple victims of Trump. So let's not do this. But let's go through... which one was it? Was it this one? Okay, let's go through this one. This one says, on July the 22nd, 2020 at 9:28 Eastern Time, date of birth redacted, submitted an online tip to the FBI National Threat Operations Center via tips.fbi.gov regarding Jeffrey Epstein attempting to traffic her. Redacted claims she is redacted and has information to connect Prince Andrew to the case. I met Epstein in 1996. He tried to traffic me and abused another girl from university. As I am redacted. Epstein stalked me. Oh, this is someone I read yesterday, I think, where he stalked her for 23 years. I was sold at the age of, I think this is 14. I think 44 is wrong. She means 14. To Epstein, who claimed he had a written statement declaring the human trafficking from Andrew. I have been harassed by Andrew and Robin Wilkinson, the chief of HR at the Met, who protects the Duke of York. I gave further information, and I believe you have a file on a conversation that took place in Paris between Epstein and I that was removed from redacted prosecution detail. I would like the file, and I'm willing to help provide the details of the locked Epstein files. So what you guys will notice, by the way, is there is a lot of instances where files were deleted, right? Where files were deleted. There's a lot of that, actually. Did I read the one of the man who drove Trump? Oh. Did I read of the one of the man who drove Trump, by the way, yesterday? Do y'all know that? If I read that? I did. Okay, good. Then we passed that. Sorry. I read so much that I'm not quite sure which one I read. I did read this one too. The connection between Russia and stuff like that. Oh yeah. Got this one. It's very interesting. This is Elon Musk sending an email to Jeffrey Epstein telling him, we'll be in the B of I St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? And then Epstein tells him, I'll send a heli for you. And then he says, you're welcome to stay or just come for the day. Plenty of room. I'll send a heli to get you. And then Elon Musk says, do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of sanity this year, and so once my kids head home for Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. So he says, understood, I'll see you on St. Bart. The ratio on my island might make Talila uncomfortable. Talila was a spouse of Elon Musk. I don't know if they're still married, but yeah. Then he says, the 2 or 3 would be perfect. I'll come to get you. Oh, no, he says, okay, probably the first then. Then he says, the 2 or 3 would be perfect. I'll come to get you. Then he says, I need to fly back to LA on the night of the 2nd. Actually, I could fly back early on the 3rd. We will be in St. Bart's. When should we head to your island on the 2nd? And then Leslie Groff forwards that to Jeffrey Epstein and tells him, just a reminder, Elon Musk was asking about coming to your island on January the 2nd. Imagine. He's practically begging to come on the island. Right? Crazy. Also, furthermore, to the people who say Trump wasn't friends with Epstein, they look quite close to me. They look quite, actually, uncomfortably close to me. Ghislaine Maxwell, too. right? Look at that. Very, very close. Actually. Birds of a feather flock together, that's all I'll say. Of course, these are more photos of Epstein. Probably with underage girls too. Bill Clinton as well. Look at that. Bro. We read the journal yesterday. So now let's go through the journal, right, that I had prepared. So this is a journal of a girl. I think it's the same girl from the one whose journal we read yesterday. And this is another journal that she had prepared. And it says here, old enough to drive, too young to go anywhere fun. Happy sweet 16, love you, happy birthday. So this one she turned 16. No, the cover is not the same. The other one was different, by the way. This is a different journal because the other one looked like this. Confidential for attorney's eyes only. So this one looked different. And this one here looks very different, right? She was 16 when she wrote this journal. Funeral, 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 funeral. Watches and weeps, lays to rest. There is a reason. That my mom lied about my... You guys, yeah, it's coded. This is not... I'm probably gonna need time. She lied about work. What is this? Hold on. Let's make this closer. Okay. Okay. So it says here that my mom lied about Mr. What is this? Is that a G? What is that? I'm having a hard time reading what that is. Mr. Is that a G? It's a G, isn't it? So G, and then that is, see the attorney thing is like right in the middle of it. So I don't know. Is that an R? Grick? Mr. Rick? Grick? It's not decrypted, no, decoded, no, this one isn't. I'm gonna try to do that tomorrow so I can sit and not piss any of y'all off. Because yesterday y'all got a little bit too pissed off for me. So decoded, yeah. What does this say though? It says here, Happy Valentine's Day. How have you been lately? Did you enjoy your weekend? I didn't do anything all weekend. My weekend sucked. I think what I'm going to be doing for my birthday, if I might go to Olive Garden. Look at them, they're drawing, they're saying PS right back. This seems like a kid who's young. seems like a kid who's young. And then this is what she says. This seems just like when you're in class and people like take your notebook and they write you like a little message in your notebook. I always felt very detached from everyone else. I knew I was going somewhere different, that I was in the wrong shell. Fueled by a father's love, the sister, why? She's always in charge, no understanding, seeker of souls. Oh my God. Not very relaxed. 1,000 concerts ago. This is depressing. Went to a went to a party at this, went to a party at this huge house. Oh no. To meet this man. Meet this man. Named. Okay, thank you. Named Mr. Named Mr. Robert and his pretty wife Jill. They is that an A? Should I put this in like ChatGPT or something? They made I'm having a hard time for some reason. Use AI to read the fact that she has to speak in code. The same exact British lady from Clearwater was there. The same lady from Clearwater was there. Who's Clearwater? Who is that? Jolene? Is that Jolene? What is that? I can't read that. The N is on it. The N is on it. Clearwater, Florida? Is that what it says? Clearwater. Talked to me all all night. She talked to me all night. She wants me to come to her house in Florida. So she wants me to come to her house in Florida. Is this a sop? So I can learn new things. Oh my God. So I can learn new things. To get away from Mary. Who's Mary? Who's Mary? So the woman from Clearwater is Jelaine. So she's saying she went to a party in a huge house. I'm guessing the huge house is the mansion. And then she's saying she met the lady from Clearwater. And then the lady from Clearwater told her to come to Florida so she can learn new things. Now the question is, who is Mr. Robert and Jill? Joseph and Jill Robert. Who are Joseph and Jill Robert? Who's Joseph and Jill? Okay, so this is Joseph and Jill Robert. That's Mr. Robert. They're also on the Black Book. Okay, hold on. Joseph and Jill. Oh. There's nothing on them. Do you guys want to know something? I feel like this is the scariest, in my opinion. The scariest are the billionaires that you can't find. Like the billionaires who are just so, like, you know, in the background that you can't find them. I personally think those are the scariest, in my opinion, because they can just literally do whatever they want and nobody even knows they exist. So yeah, this is Joseph and Jill Roberts, but I don't know who they are. But apparently she met them at one of the parties. Oh my God. Red light, open your eyes. There are a lot of things to think about. Quiet. Even if you can fill out the sexiest polka dot bikini, you'll turn more heads with Wario Land and your Game Boy. Get into it. Me, us. Why are there so many questions? What is it? The wrecker? The wrecker? There were. Oh, there were. There were moments of humor, compassion, and warmth. I think I'm... But now, I think I am... Yes. Yes. I think I'm lost. Oh, maybe so. Okay, so there were moments of humor, compassion, warmth, but now I think I'm maybe so lost. Is this normal? Oh my God. Is this normal? Oh my fucking God, this is actually depressing. Oh my God, this is actually so depressing. I'm not gonna lie. The way she was doesn't matter. Try to feel. Okay. What is that? What is that stuff? Memory. What is that oh my God, she's saying memory. What is that stuff? She probably like lost recollection of a lot of the things. Like, this is genuinely horrifying. I'm not gonna lie. Memory, what is that stuff? What is that? Wait, hold on. What is that feeling? Oh my God. What is that feeling? On her own, an old lady and a young lady, the little girl lost. You always think you're prepared for everything and you think you've the knowledge of what's coming ahead. No one can prepare you for this. Oh my God, no one can prepare you for this. For this shit. I am fucking lost. Why did the M here? I'm so fucking lost. Why did... What is that? Why did Mr. Low... Mr. Low? What is that? No, that's not a he. Mr... That's an L, is it not? Is that not an L? Hold on. Let's do this together, chat. It's okay. We got it. Colgan. Yeah, Colgan agree to this Jeffrey trash. Trash Mike Colgan treats me. The attorneys only is like so annoying because it blocks out what the letters are. Like I am special property. Oh my god, like I'm special property. That's what she's saying. Property. And this is actually so disturbing, you know that? Treats me like special property, and when I need Ghislaine, spelled wrong, right? She is working and marries Mr. Mary is just as batshit crazy as my mom. Is that an L? Who's Mary? I want to know who Mary is. That's a J. Okay. My mom, Joe Gibson. No, not Gibson, sorry. Oh, that's a so? Is that an S? No, I don't think it's an S. That's Joe Gibbs is so nice, but Dan Snyder? Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Gibbs is so nice, but Dan Snyder is a pig. What the fuck? Is a pig. I'm reading this right. What is this? Reds. Okay, at this point, I'm like having a really hard time. Oh, it's an S? Oh, red. Oh, I can't say this. It's a slur, isn't it? Red. Hogget. That's a slur. Hogtied. Oh, not okay. Wait, hold on. Oh, this guy. This is him. Yeah. And who's Joe Gibbs? Also a football coach. Also a football coach. Hold on.
So I'm watching you do your thing. Keep doing it. You're killing it. So it makes no sense when Dan Snyder sold the Redskins. I'm in DC, so I'm into DC football, everything. When Dan Snyder sold the Redskins, everybody was like, "Why is he selling the Redskins?" It's literally imagine selling something that's making you millions of dollars. Yeah, granted, you're a billionaire, whatever. It's literally one of the top profitable franchises. It literally encompasses 3 different states: Maryland, DC, and Virginia. So everybody's a fan, as opposed to like the New York Giants, which just has, let's say, New York and New Jersey, right? You have the support from 3 different states, and you're killing it in terms of revenue. Why would you sell the team? He knew, or they knew, in my opinion, that he was on this list and disclosures were going to be made. So he had to sell the team and get maximum profit before the league forced him to sell the team, or possibly put the team in receivership where they take the team from you. Now it makes sense. Everybody was wondering, why would you sell the team? It didn't make sense. Now it makes perfect sense.
Crazy. Thank you so much for that context, genuinely.
Okay, dropping.
Okay, appreciate you, Tailpipe. Y'all think this is why Trump prevented the files from being released, so that everybody who is named in those files can find their way out? You think that's why? It took them so long to release so that they can protect themselves. I personally think that's why. I think that is one of the reasons. You know? For them to cover everything up, for them to protect themselves, that's why. Wow. Wow. This is actually disgusting. This is actually so disgusting. What does it say? I'm so confused. There's more. There's much more. Yes. Alice in fucking Wonderland ? Is she calling herself Alice in Wonderland? For them. Oh my God. What does it say here, y'all? Drowsy side effects. Oh, what line did I skip? Oh, this one right here. The other. Wait, hold on. The other girls welcome are I Oh, nice. But I hate Alice. Okay. The other girls are nice, but I hate Alice in fucking Wonderland. Who's Alice in fucking Wonderland? Is that like a code name for somebody? Suddenly the insignificant ugly duckling was obviously going to be a swan for them. Oh God. Hold on. But 3 I hate. Okay, I got it. Suddenly the insignificant ugly duckling was obviously going to be a swan for them. Oh my God. And then fly, she crossed the it. She wrote her anywhere you like. And then she wrote drowsy side effects at the bottom. Y'all, this is actually like so fucking disturbing. I'm not gonna lie. This is actually so disturbing. I'm not gonna lie. What a very jolly and amusing and attractive 16. Oh my God. What a very jolly and amusing and attractive 16-year-old she was. Great fun and bouncy. Isn't that something Trump said? Who said that? Isn't that something Trump said? What's that quote from? Hold on, let's see that quote. What a very jolly and amusing and attractive 16-year-old she was. Great fun and bouncy. Who said that? Oh. This is a famous quote was said by Prince Charles about Lady Diana Spencer. Which, by the way, within itself was weird because Prince Charles was like 32 and Diana was 16. So in my opinion, she herself was kind of groomed. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if you guys know this, but he was 32 and she was 16 or 17. She was literally a minor when he met her. Yeah, I don't know if anybody knew this, but Diana was a minor when Prince Charles met her. Now I know. This is also a photo of Diana, by the way. Oh, see, yeah, Charles 32. Oh, look at that headline. Look at that headline. Y'all, look at that headline. Look at that headline. Look at that headline. Charles 32 courts his teen queen. How did anybody think that this was okay? This is a newspaper headline. What newspaper posted this shit? What newspaper posted this shit? Okay, so somebody did transcribe, like, did it. Oh, she says, thank God my parents picked me up for being a Rockefeller. That plane Mr. Diana had me on was scary. Both he and Larry Summers are fucking disgusting. Hope no relation with Trey. I guess it's a royal thing. Gross. Andrew is like his brother in this way. Yes, I know it's Diana, but she wrote it as Dana. Okay, you have to remember this was a 16-year-old girl who was writing this. I guess it's a royal thing. Gross. Andrew is like his brother in this way. Should not brag because that was yucky. Who should not brag? They redacted a name here. See here? They redacted a name. Right here. So does this lady know you can't have any dignity if you have been with him? I know I have none, only Skittles. 5-letter name, should not brag. It's a 5-letter name. And then she makes a reference to Ivana Trump. Entrepreneur. She once asked me how I handled the press during my divorce. She said, you came out of your divorce with dignity and pride, and that's how I would like to come out of mine. Huh. Ivana's dead though, and is buried in Trump's golf course. So she unfortunately didn't get any dignity. Oh my God. Oh, I feel sick. Oh, I feel sick. All of these people. Okay, somebody just said, the headline was published in The Sun, September 8, 1980. Bro, fuck The Sun. This is why these British tabloids missed what? What did I miss, y'all? Hold on. What did I miss? Oh, the him here is Trump. Does this lady know you can't have any dignity if you've been with him? I know I have none. So she has been with Trump too. She just admitted that. She just admitted that in this diary that she has been with Trump too. Or am I getting this wrong? Am I understanding this wrong? Because that's how I'm comprehending it. Does this lady know you can't have any dignity if you've been with him? I know I have none. Only Skittles. Holy fuck. Only Skittles. Yeah, I know in this part she's talking about Ivana. Ivana, this lady is Ivana, has no dignity when she's with Trump. But then she says, I know I have none. Does she have no dignity because she's been with Trump? Because she posted a transcript, like an excerpt of Ivana saying that she hopes she leaves the divorce with dignity. And Skittles means, they had these girls on Xanax and other stuff. Oh, this is actually sick. So this one says, it's good to be little. She canceled out the good and wrote, it's bad to be little. One more, you can't tell. Who knew? A story of a different America. And then protection, comfort, convenience. She wrote no protection, only comfort from all convenience. Day and night. Ambassador. People come to your party for two reasons. One, because they like you. The other, because they like to touch one child. Oh my God. This is a journal of a 16-year-old girl who was a victim of Epstein. People come to your party. Your party in this case is Jeffrey Epstein's party. That's what she's talking about. People come to your party for two reasons. One, because they like you. The other, because they like to touch one child. A weekly indulgence. Yeah, the G could stand for Jelaine. I don't know. Somebody said something about they had something in the Discord. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is the whole transcript. Thank you very much. Okay. So, okay. I am very sorry, little one. What are these bets and why do I... Wait, what is this? Y'all, she was pregnant. She was pregnant. She was pregnant, y'all. I'm very sorry, little one. What are these bets and why do I have to take photos? What are these bets? And why do I have to take photos? Y'all remember in the beginning, yes, I'm gonna create a channel in my Discord. I'm gonna post all of this. Y'all remember in the beginning, people were saying that Jelaine takes photos of them all. Exactly, calendar girls, and takes photos of them all. So I'm thinking this is probably the photos. And what are these bets? The bets or the auctions? Because they're auctioning them off. Y'all remember that? Yesterday we were talking about how they auctioned them off. I'm lost. Mr. Modi, Mr. Robert, Mr. Sant, Mr. Ludwig, Mr. Chechi, Mr. Mora, Mr. Good Latte, Mr. Atkins are not who they say. Run, run, run. Remember, you know our names. Oh my God. A sea of grief. This is birth control. Oh, she wrote this is birth control. Mora! Kenneth Mora! Isn't that the judge who chose not to investigate this? Kenneth Mora. Who said she? Hold on. Okay, I'm like taking you guys here. I'm making the smaller. Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh my God. What did I just read? This is an article by So this is the victim. This is the victim. A woman is suing the billionaire investor Leon Black, accusing him of raping her at Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan townhouse when she was 16 years old. The lawsuit describes in gruesome detail the woman's account of an essay that left her bleeding and sobbing. Her lawyers say that the woman, identified as Jane Doe, has autism and a rare form of Down syndrome that has left her developmentally about 12 years old. A lawyer for Black, Susan Estrich, said Black has never met the woman and called the lawsuit frivolous. Yes, we're reading her journal. This is the girl, the one whose journal we're reading. A lawyer for Black, Susan Estrich, said Black has never met the woman and why are they calling her a woman? Crazy. And called the lawsuit. Now another complaint brought by Sherry Pearson in November accuses Black of a violent essay that left her swollen, torn, and bleeding. Epstein died by self-unaliving in prison in 2019 while awaiting trial on trafficking charges. In the years since, several Wall Street financiers and other high-profile figures have come under scrutiny from investigators over their social or professional ties to Epstein. Yeah, why did he pay $158 million to Epstein? Why did he pay that much? And this is the girl. This is the girl's journal that we're reading. This one. This one. This is her journal, and she was pregnant. She was pregnant. What are they doing with the babies? What are they doing with the babies? What are they doing with the babies? What the fuck is happening? Walking down Madison Avenue to 71st Street, my mother has lost her fucking mind. Even though Jelaine said it was best to take me home because Mr. Black is so important for some reason, he's mentioned in her journal, is so important for some reason over my health. There's going to be hell to pay. I ruined their trip and I'm dramatic when that fat fuck bit me. He bit her. Leon Black, the person who we're talking about, this person. This guy who's denying being involved. There's going to be hell to pay. I ruined their trip and I'm dramatic when that fat fuck bit me. He threw me on the floor and blood all over Jeffrey's carpet. And I'm the New York. Oh, there's just, what are these bets? Yeah, bets. And why do I have to take photos? Oh my God, y'all. Do y'all read that? Do y'all read that? Do y'all read that? Take your tablets. That's how I survived. Take your tablets. That's how I survived. Wishing you all the joy and peace of the Christmas season, but it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. It never stops. It never stops. Is there a way to break free? There is not, she says here. Smile. It was an incredible, exceptional, outstanding performance for a child. Oh my God. Oh my God. Smile, it was an incredible, exceptional, outstanding performance for a child. Nothing gets remembered. Got it? A personal, violent, heartbreaking, tragic nightmare. Why didn't anyone stop it from the start? You had to either sink or swim, and you had to learn that very fast. I swam. What is redacted here? Goodbye, heartbreak. And then it says here, protected from, the little girl lost me. I'm so sorry. I keep failing. Oh no. I think she keeps failing. That means, and protecting her baby. Y'all, what is this? Stopped dead. Leon Black. Stop dead, Leon Black. A squeal of brakes, or is it a birth cry? And here we are, hung out over the dead drop, Uncle Pan's factory, fatso millionaire, and you out cold beside me in your chair. The wheels, two rubber grabs, bite their sweet tails. Is that Spain down there? The red and yellow, two passionate hot metals, writhing and sighing. What sort of a scenery is it? It isn't England, it isn't France, it isn't Ireland, it's violent. We here on a visit with a goddamn baby screaming off somewhere. There is always a bloody baby in the air. I'd call it a sunset, but whoever heard a sunset, y'all, like that? You are sunk in your seven china still as a ham. Who do you think I am, uncle, uncle, sad Hamlet with a knife? Where do you stash your life? Is it penny, a pearl, your soul, your soul? I'll carry it off like a rich, pretty girl. Simply open the door and step out of the car and live in Gibraltar on air. And the stuff that she underlined is birth cry, fatso millionaire, it's violent, goddamn baby screaming, there's always a bloody baby, your seven chins still as ham. Protected from the little girl lost, me, I'm so sorry I keep failing. Ladies man, terrible guy with a gift for giving girls in a world of wealth and privilege. This is about power and control, the special roles to fulfill. Your voice has no power, and no matter where you are, nothing gives you the power to be heard. No voice. Tragic childhood. You only got 365 of these each year. Imagine making the most of every single day. It goes to anyone but me, and I'm tired. People you think are good are bad, like the CEOs who pretend. People you think are good are bad, like the CEOs who pretend. Anxiety is not finding. GM, please explain. They know and won't talk about it. Her magic, how much do you need to see to know she's beautiful? No one picks up more dirt than his girls. So what's the difference between us and who else is actually like me? Could still make her laugh. No one will ever be able to fill them. Maxwell Shoe Company. I'll fight to survive with sensitivity and grace. You have everything to lose. Never forget where real beauty comes from. Beauty is inside. This is a photo of a sonogram. They redacted the sonogram photo, but they're dumb enough to right here next to a sonogram photo. I heard the heartbeat even when she put her hands over my ears. Aren't pictures enough for them? Torture. Should I deeply miss them? Have these all been murders? Does this make me a killer? Oh my God. In every theory problem, there is a soul-shattering solution. Should I deeply miss them? Tears of rage, heart-wrenching. Best medicine? Have these all been murders? Does that make me a killer? Yes, more than one pregnancy. They experience more than one pregnancy. There are always flights of horror. Whether it's with Jeffrey, Mr. Leon says, Mr. Case, Mr. Snyder, the Gregorys, Mr. Colgan, or one being borrowed by a seemingly good... What does it say? Do y'all see that? Oh, hold on, sorry. I don't know why my camera is not focusing. A good federal worker. Federal worker. I don't know why my camera is having a hard time focusing. But I didn't know about any of this. But after I hosted these lives, somebody reached out to me, and they actually were a victim of George Mitchell. They said that they were a victim of George Mitchell. So it's interesting to see his name here as well. Yes, somebody reached out to me telling me that they were a victim of George Mitchell. So, yeah. The more you pay, thank you very much, by the way. Thank you for the liking and the sharing. Push this out in the algorithms, y'all. As I mentioned, I'm going to be going through these files for a while, but I'm not going to lie, it does take like an immense toll on oneself. If you do want to support me, my pay links are in the link tree in my bio, because it does take a lot of labor, whether it is emotional or mental labor, because of the stuff that I'm reading, but also just like time and physical labor as well, because I have to go and look through all of these files and read through all of them and prepare them for you guys, right? So if you guys want to support me, my pay links are in the link tree in my link tree. So you can support me through that, or you can support me through gifting too. But yeah, if you guys want to support me, my pay links are in my bio. So yeah. Thank you. I appreciate y'all for your generosity though. I don't know why it's not, my camera is like not working. Sorry. Okay. Flights of Fancy. Okay. I think this is the one that we read. Flights of, oh, okay. So she canceled it. And yachts. Flights and Yachts of Fancy. She changed it to horror. So Flights and Yachts of Horror. What is here? clipping of gorillas, and they redacted it. They redacted this. What is this? What are these names? What are these names? Who are they protecting? We understand that it takes more than days or weeks. We understand that to grow up big and strong and stable takes a really, really long time. It takes more than days or weeks or months. It takes years and even decades to grow and nurture and develop into something that stands proud and magnificent. Pay tribute to the determination required to produce such hardy roots, and let us all live by its simple creed, grow, blossom, and flourish. God. I'm so, disgusted, I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually so disgusted, I'm not gonna lie. Should we look up the names? Hold on. What is it? Where is it? So we know that Jeffrey. We know that Jeffrey. Yeah, what is colonial? What is this? Colonial Williamsburg. What is that? Wait, hold on. Let me actually. Colonial Williamsburg. Virginia. Colonial Williamsburg is in Virginia. It's a history museum. Colonialsburg is in Virginia. What the fuck is this place? With 301 acres of colonial experiences, it can take much more than a day to explore our world? Huh? What? What the fuck am I watching? You can get married there! Research, conservation, and historic preservation lie at the heart of Colonial Williamsburg mission to present the stories of America's origin. Every day, these investigations of the past reveal new facts that facilitate our understanding of these nations' beginnings. Yeah, I don't have an issue with it being a historical town. The issue that I have is it like it's telling you have a colonial experience? That's what I have an issue with. That's what I have an issue with. Like, you can learn about the history, that's perfectly fine. But saying a colonial experience is a bit weird to me, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. Kind of weird. So that's what. Why was she posting that there though? Why does she have that? What city is this located in? Who is this person? Mr. Found the culprit. He's an American businessman, Theodore John Leonsis. As an American businessman, he is a former senior secretary with America Online, AOL, and the founder and chairman and CEO of Monumental Sports and Intermystics and Monumental Sports Network. Crazy. So he's in the Epstein files. Who else in the Epstein files? Who are the Gregorys? That's a band. No. Allegedly, by the way. All of this is alleged. Wait, what? All. Huh. So it says here, okay, 7 current NFL owners have been named in the Epstein files. Why the fuck is the NFL here? Robert Kraft. Hi, Swan. Robert Kraft, New England Patriots owner. Rewind to 2019, and Robert Kraft was hit with solicitation of prostitution charges at a massage parlor that were later dropped due to illegal surveillance by authorities. Epstein and Jack Goldberger, who was on Epstein's legal team in 2006, texted about the Patriots owner. You need to know about a past issue with Kraft that may come to light. It read, Kraft hired Goldberger as part of his legal team in 2019, knowing about Goldberger's experience helping Epstein with sex trafficking charges. There was also this. If your buddy Kraft needs local palm rep, let me know. I'm sure he will need the best there is. Ha! Ha ha ha! Wow. 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 How many people are involved? What the fuck is this? What am I watching? What am I reading? Steve Tisch, New York Giants co-owner. Hi, Jeffrey. Just had lunch with your assistant's friend, name redacted, who I met at your house one morning. Very sweet girl. Do you know anything about her? Epstein replies, no, but I'll ask. I'll get all info. Did you contact the great-ass fake tit? Redacted. She's a character short-term, has an older boyfriend, going to acting school, a 10-ass. I'm happy to have you as a new but obviously shared interest friend. What is that shared interest? Yeah, being a P3DO. A few correspondents later report just in, you did very well. She wants to go to the play. She's a little freaked by the age difference, but go slow. Oh my God. I'll try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. Having her crying worked. Oh my God. Dan Snyder, we read about him. Woody Johnson, Stephen Ross, Josh Harris, David Tepper, Mark Wilf, Randy Lerner. This is actually so sick. Y'all. This is so sick. So many people involved. There's also Brett Ratner, by the way, the director. There's him with Epstein. You can see right here. And then this is him with Melania. Melania's director. And then this is him with Netanyahu. And Dershowitz. Why are they all connected? What the fuck? This is one of Trump's victims, by the way. Fuck. I didn't download this. This is one of Trump's victims. Fuck. Wow. That was one of Trump's victims. Interesting. That was one of Trump's victims. Katie Johnson. That was her. Shit. Why didn't I download that? That was Katie Johnson. Hold on. Do you see that? Look at that. Yesterday it was at 5,000. Look at it now, 4,000. Yesterday it was at 5,600 or something like that. Now it's at 4,896. They deleted almost 1,000. They deleted a couple hundred files. Wow. Wow. They removed it. Wow. Wow. Wait, hold on. Wait, did they remove the... Hold on. Let me see if they removed the Prince one. No, it's still here. Yeah, I'm downloading this shit. Wow. So this is the one that I had. No, not Prince the singer. Not Prince the singer. It was a prince who gave him his daughter. So if I'm not mistaken, this is the one that I had. No. I don't have that one anymore. Wait, should I go to Twitter? Hopefully they downloaded it. Katie Johnson, it was her affidavit. Damn it, I should have downloaded it, man. This was it. The plaintiff, but it was a 13-page one. The plaintiff, Katie Johnson, asks the court for relief against the defendants Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein in the amount of $100 million as a result of the defendants' aforementioned acts upon which they willfully and maliciously violated the civil rights of the plaintiff by sexually and physically abusing the then 13-year-old plaintiff Johnson under threat of harm to her and her family, by the defendants conspiring to deny the civil rights of plaintiff Johnson by making her their sex slave. She literally, in the affidavit, described in great detail how she was like raped by Trump when she was only 13 years old.
He approached me.
Okay, I think this is a video recording of it.
The last encounter that I had with Donald Trump, Tiffany approached me about a rape scene that was supposed to be played out, and I didn't like the sound of that at all, but Tiffany promised, assured me that it wasn't going to be.
Wait, who has it? Whoever has it, can you add it to my Discord? If you have it, can you please give it to my Discord? Please send it to my Discord. No, the file number is not on the page anymore, the official page. So this was supposed to be the file number. Hold on. Where is it? This one. But it's gone. You can't search it on the page. And it doesn't even have the affidavit number anymore. This is also gone. What the fuck? Whoa. Whoa. What about this one? This one is not gone. Downloading. This one was about Prince Andrew unaliving someone. Back in the 90s, Ghislaine Maxwell recruited a girl from a modeling career. Instead of modeling, she was sold as a slave for sex and torture, and Prince Andrew was an accessory to her death as he tortured her and me to force her murder. Discord. Okay, hold on. Let me check Discord. Hold on. Let me see if this is it. I think this might be it, actually. Hold on. No, this isn't it. No, this isn't it. Wait, let me go to the last page. But we can read through this one. I don't know what this one is. I don't know what this one is, actually. What is this one? So it says, plaintiff Jane Doe proceeding under a pseudonym brings this action against Donald J. Trump. Jeffrey Epstein alleges that one, plaintiff is an individual residing in and a citizen of the state of California. Two, upon information and belief, defendants Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey E. Epstein each reside in this district and are citizens of the state of New York. Plaintiff Plaintiff was subject to acts of rape, sexual misconduct, criminal sexual acts, sexual abuse, forcible touching, assault, battery, intentional and reckless infliction of emotional distress, duress, false imprisonment, and threats of death and or serious bodily injury by the defendants that took place at several parties during the summer months of 1994. The parties were held by defendant Epstein at a New York City residence that was being used by defendant Epstein in Manhattan. During this period, plaintiff was a minor of age 13 and was legally incapable under New York law of consenting to sexual intercourse. Grapes in the first, second, and third degrees, several sexual misconduct, criminal sexual acts in the first, second, and third degrees, sexual abuse in the first, second, and third degrees, and forcible touching. Yeah, mods, can you please block D-Will? Thank you. Predatory sexual assault detailed herein are unlawful under New York law and constitutes the torts of inter alia assault, battery, false imprisonment, and intentional or reckless infliction of emotional distress, including threats of force and serious bodily harm under New York law. In addition, 18 U.S. Code 2255 provides plaintiff with a civil remedy for personal injuries because plaintiff, while a minor, was a victim of violations and she suffered personal injury as a result of such violations. Hold on. Plaintiff was enticed by promises of money and a modeling career to attend a series of parties with other similarly situated minor females held at a New York City residence that was being used by defendant Jeffrey Epstein. At least 4 of the parties were attended by defendant Trump. Exhibitions A and B, on information and belief, by this time in 1994, defendant Trump had known defendant Epstein for 7 years. I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life and knew that plaintiff was then just 13 years old. Defendant Trump initiated sexual contact with plaintiff at 4 different parties. On the 4th and final sexual encounter with defendant Trump tied plaintiff to a bed, exposed himself to plaintiff, and then proceeded to forcibly rape. Okay, I just wanted to say, trigger warning, please. Trigger warning, Jelly Wedley. I downloaded this already, if anyone's asking. Defendant Trump initiated sexual contact with plaintiff at 4 different parties. On the 4th and final sexual encounter with defendant Trump tied plaintiff to a bed, exposed himself to plaintiff, and then proceeded to forcibly rape plaintiff. During the course of this savage sexual attack, plaintiff loudly pleaded with defendant Trump to stop, but with no effect. Defendant Trump responded to plaintiff's pleas by violently striking plaintiff in the face with his open hand and screaming that he would have to do whatever he wanted. Immediately following this rape, defendant Trump threatened plaintiff that were she ever to reveal any of the details of this Hold on, did I write this? What is this? Okay. The Discord link is in my bio, by the way. Should ever to reveal any of the details of the sexual or physical abuse of her by defendant Trump, plaintiff and her family would be physically harmed if not unalived. Defendant Epstein had sexual contact with plaintiff at 2 of the parties. The second sexual encounter with defendant Epstein took place after plaintiff had been raped by Trump. Defendant Epstein forced himself upon plaintiff and proceeded to rape her. Oh my God. Proceeded to rape her. That word and that word. Anally and vaginally, despite her loud pleas to stop. Defendant Epstein then attempted to strike plaintiff about the head with his closed fists while he angrily screamed at plaintiff that he, defendant Epstein, rather than defendant Trump, should have been the one who took plaintiff's virginity. Before plaintiff finally managed to break away from defendant Epstein. Allegedly, this is all alleged, by the way. Just wanted to say that. While still under threats of physical harm by coming forward and having no reason to believe that the threats have ever been lifted or would ever be lifted, plaintiff, who has suffered from stress, emotional distress, mental pain, and suffering, among other member problems, ever since the assaults, was subjected to daily painful reminders of the horrific acts of one of the perpetrators, defendant Trump, via mass media coverage of him starting on or about June 16, 2015, that over a short period of time became continuous and unavoidable. As a direct and proximate result of SA and rape perpetrated by defendants upon her, plaintiff has suffered stress, emotional distress, and mental pain and suffering, as well as adverse physical consequences. She was 13, when this was happening. As a direct and proximate result of SAs and rapes perpetrated by defendants upon her, plaintiff has suffered physical pain and suffering. A Discord link hasn't expired. You just open it up in a web browser. If you just open it up in a browser, it's gonna work. So it hasn't expired. It hasn't expired. As a direct and proximate result of the SAs and graves perpetrated by defendants upon her, plaintiff has been subjected to public scorn, hatred, and ridicule, and has suffered threats against her life and physical safety. As a direct and proximate result of the SAs and graves perpetrated by defendants upon her, plaintiff has incurred special damages, including medical and legal expenses. The SAs and graves perpetrated by defendants upon plaintiff were intentional acts. All alleged, by the way. Everything I'm saying is 100% alleged. Now let's go to the stuff that she saw, okay? Hold on. Here's what she declares. I, Jane Doe, the plaintiff in this matter, proceeding under pseudonym, state as follows. I am a competent adult over 18 years of age, able to testify as to personal knowledge. So she's testifying this after 18, but the experiences she had was when she was 13. Okay. The facts in this declaration are true and correct to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, and I'm competent to testify to them if called upon to do so. I was subject to extreme sexual and physical abuse by the defendants, including forcible rape that took place at several parties of defendant Epstein during the summer of '94 in New York City at a residence used by defendant Epstein. During this period, I was 13 years old. More particularly, I traveled by bus to New York City in June 1994 in the hope of starting a modeling career. I went to several modeling agencies but was told that I needed to put together a modeling portfolio before I would be considered. I then went to the Port Authority in New York City to start to make my way back home. There I met a woman who introduced herself to me as Tiffany. She told me about the parties and said that if I would join her at the parties, I would be introduced to people who could get me into the modeling profession. Tiffany also told me I would be paid for attending. The parties were held at New York City residence and was being used by defendant Jeffrey Epstein. Each of the parties had either other minor females and a number of guests of Mr. Epstein, including defendant Donald Trump at 4 of the parties I attended. I understood that both Trump and Epstein knew that I was 13 years old. Defendant Trump had a sexual contact with me at 4 different parties in the summer of '94. On the 4th and final sexual encounter with defendant Trump tied me to a bed, exposed himself to me, and then proceeded to forcibly grape me. During the course of this savage sexual attack, I loudly pleaded with defendant Trump to stop, but he did not. Defendant Trump responded to my pleas by violently striking me in the face with his open hand and screaming that he would do whatever he wanted to do so. Immediately following this grape, defendant Trump threatened me that were I ever to reveal any of the details of defendant Trump's sexual and physical abuse of me, my family and I would be physically harmed, if not unalived. Defendant Epstein had sexual contact with me at 2 of the parties that summer. On the second occasion involving defendant Epstein forced himself upon me and proceeded to grape me anally and vaginally despite my loud pleas to stop. Defendant Epstein then attempted to strike me about the head with his closed fists while he angrily screamed at me that he, defendant Epstein, should have been the one who took my virginity, not defendant Trump, before I finally managed to break away from defendant Epstein. Immediately following the grape, just like defendant Trump, defendant Epstein threatened me not to ever reveal any of the details of defendant Epstein's sexual and physical abuse of me, or else my family and I would be physically harmed, if not unalived. Both defendants had let me know that each was a very wealthy, powerful man and indicated that they had the power, ability, and means to carry out their threats. Indeed, defendant Trump stated that I shouldn't ever say anything if I didn't want to disappear like Maria, a 12-year-old female that was forced to be involved in the 3rd incident with defendant Trump, and that I had not seen since that 3rd incident, and that he was capable of having my whole family unalived. The duress imposed on me by defendants not to ever reveal any of the details of the sexual and physical abuse caused to me by defendants has not terminated, and the fear it has instilled in me has not subsided. Unfortunately, making matters worse for me, I was subjected to daily painful reminders of the horrific acts of defendant Trump via mass media coverage of him starting last summer that, over a short period of time, became continuous and unavoidable. The duress had prevented me from starting litigation before this year. However, as soon as I surfaced, I received threats. More specifically, shortly after my first complaint was filed in California on April the 26th, 2016, I received threatening phone calls on a cell phone I then owned. The calls were never for more than 20 seconds or so before they hung up, and they were always from a blocked or unavailable phone number according to my caller ID feature. Since I changed my phone numbers, the unthreatening calls have completely stopped. This litigation involves matters that are highly sensitive and of personal nature, and I believe that identification of me would pose a risk of retaliatory physical harm to me and to others. I have no reason to believe that the defendant's threats have ever been lifted or will ever be lifted, and so I request that the court issue an order protecting me and my family from harm and harassment. Wow. Yes. This is the one I think Found it. Was this the same one I just read? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. This is one of the ones I read. And then I didn't cover anything, by the way. I haven't redacted anything myself. I didn't recover anything. Okay, I'm saving this as well. This is the cannibalism of babies one. Saving this as well. But I'm trying to see. This is another one, by the way. It's another one. It says here, redacted date of birth DOB, redacted cellular telephone number, redacted was interviewed telephonically after being advised of the identity of the interviewing agent and the nature of the interview. Redacted provided the following information. Redacted contacted Bo Schiller and talked with Sigrid Macaulay, who referred her to the FBI. In the early 1990s, Redacted worked for Charles Desjardins and the company flagship was in Trump Tower. Redacted was in her early 20s when she would go to school at night while working full-time. During her lunch hour, she would study in public places in Trump Tower because she worked in a building nearby. At the time, Redacted recalled that there were tower records downstairs near the escalators and there was a waterfall. There were 25 to 30 tables in the public area. Redacted met a colleague and he pointed out two men in their early 30s. Redacted described one of the men was dark-haired and looked like Antonio Banderas, while the other man was blonde and looked like the surfer type. Her colleague told her that the men constantly picked up Redacted women. Redacted was approached by the dark-haired man who asked her if she was a student and what she was studying. She told him her name and where she worked. He asked her if she knew who Donald Trump was and told her he was meeting people that day. At this point in time, Trump has been in the tabloids in reference to his divorce from his first wife. Redacted told the man that she knew who Trump was. The man asked her if she wanted to meet Trump and told her that she did not need to work so hard to go to school. The man winked and said he could do whatever she liked. Redacted felt that it was clear that sex was on the table even though the man never mentioned sex. Redacted felt these men were playing the role of recruiters for Trump. The man told her that if she did not want to meet Trump right then, she could go to a party. The man told her that she could bring a friend if the friend looked like her, but she could not bring a guy. The invitation was in or around 1990 to 1991, and the invitation had Jeffrey Epstein's address on it. Redacted knew the residence was next to a museum. Redacted had a friend, Redacted, who lived near the mansion, so she recognized the address. Redacted did not go to the party. She saved herself. Redacted said that she received death threats when she did not want to go meet Trump. What? So they're giving her no choice. They're telling her literally, you have to go. or you're receiving death threats. The threats consisted of the men saying that they knew where she worked and could find her. Redacted never told the police because she did not think they would believe her. The men did not talk to her after that. Redacted told her mother and boyfriend. Redacted saw the men approach females for approximately 5 or 6 months. Redacted thought most of the females approached were tourists. There were a lot of tourists in and around Trump Tower. Redacted saw girls, usually blondes, approximately 15 to 16 years old, with one of the two men and saw them get on an escalator. Redacted never saw any females meet with Trump. Later in the 90s, Redacted was working in cosmetics and there was an event in Trump Tower. Trump showed up with bodyguards and Redacted women around 20 to 23 years old. Redacted had been in touch with the press since 2015. Redacted. Redacted recalled seeing the video on Howard Stern with Trump and Ivanka Trump. Redacted also saw a 60-minute with Stormy Daniels. Redacted knew Epstein and Trump both had home in New York and Palm Beach. Winterfield stated Epstein and Trump stopped talking because of their financial means and they both stole money from people. When asked how she knew this, Redacted stated it was common knowledge. Redacted had seen the documentaries about Epstein where she saw Redacted. This was how she learned of Boaz Schiller. Redacted knew a woman named Redacted who worked for Calvin Klein Cosmetics and knew that her daughter, who was a tall, blonde, went to Redacted, recalled the daughters was waiting for her mother and went upstairs to meet Trump. This was in the early 1990s. Redacted recalled sometime later seeing Redacted at a cocktail party and the woman said something horrible happened to her daughter that day. The daughter had dropped out of school, got into drugs, and committed self-unaliving. Wow. So her daughter probably experienced that. Redacted later found Redacted through LinkedIn and called her. Redacted told her that her life was ruined and not to call her again. Redacted called Redacted, who worked for Trump. Redacted told Redacted that Trump would be in the office at 7 a.m. after partying all night. Redacted told Redacted that Trump did white substance in the 1980s. Redacted spoke with Elliot Spitzer, and he told her to contact the Attorney General Eric Schneiderman. Redacted did not speak to Schneiderman. Both had scandals. Spitzer told her she needed to contact the FBI before Trump was elected. And Redacted contacted the FBI in and around 2006 and was put on hold to speak to an agent but was never transferred. In or around 2016, Redacted met Melania Trump and Barron Trump. Redacted was tutoring Spanish to another student who was 11 or 12 years old. The student, Redacted, knew Melania and dished about Melania's marriage to Trump, saying that it was a battered marriage. Wow. Oh, I found the Katie Johnson one. Wait. Oh, okay, got it. Oh my God. Yeah, she was a Jane Doe in the one I read. I'm sorry. Tell me this is not... There was another one that I wanted to read. Where was it? Where was it? Give me a second. These two. Oh, okay. So this one is crazy too. Let me download this one. Okay. Really crazy. This is what does it say? Protect source, date of birth. Hold on. Let me try to zoom in. There we go. Okay. Redacted date of birth, redacted law office of her attorney, redacted office telephone number, redacted in the presence of Mr. Redacted. Redacted was born in Binghamton, New York, and then all of this is redacted. Moved to redacted South Carolina with her mother and brothers during approximately her last year of elementary school. Holy fuck. Redacted remained on redacted until she was approximately 16 years old. She recalled she possibly started 11th grade there prior to moving to redacted South Carolina with her mother and brother. All black. Redacted advised that until recently, Redacted was the only individual alive to whom Redacted confided incidents of abuse she endured when she was a child. Redacted mother also knew about what happened to Redacted, but her mother is deceased now. Redacted never would have written down what happened to her. She did not keep a formal diary, and she did not make any recordings of any kind of regarding the incident. Herself and Jeff. Not long after, Redacted sent a text asking, "Do these names sound familiar?" Redacted then sent a text to Redacted containing the name Jeffrey Epstein as well as other names. Redacted did not feel comfortable providing the additional names at the time of the interview. Soon thereafter, Redacted sent a photograph to Redacted via text message and asked something to the effect of whether Redacted knew the name of the person in the photo and is this the guy. Redacted advised looking at the person in the photograph took me back, and she had a fleeting thought that he reminded her of Lurch from the Addams Family. Redacted told Redacted to turn on the news, which Redacted stated she does not generally watch. Jeffrey Epstein's face was one I couldn't forget. Redacted then told Redacted about a sex ring and indicated that Jeffrey Epstein got into trouble years ago, but received a slap on the wrist regarding something that happened in Florida. Redacted later viewed the image Redacted sent her with her friend and neighbor. Redacted told Redacted that is the person who has caused me great harm and affected my entire life. He's a nightmare. Redacted advised the photograph Redacted sent her was still saved in her cell phone messages. Upon request by the agents, Redacted accessed the image, and before she showed the picture to the interviewing agents, Redacted asked whether she could crop the photograph to include only the man she was referring to, essentially. Cropping out one or more individuals also included in the picture. Redacted's attorney, Mr. Redacted, offhandedly mentioned the word president while looking at the image on Redacted's cell phone. The agents asked whether Redacted would be comfortable explaining why she wanted to crop the photograph. When Redacted hesitated, Redacted's attorney advised Redacted was concerned about implicating additional individuals, and specifically any that were well known due to the fear of retaliation. Administrative note, Redacted agreed to allow the agent to take a photograph of the cropped image attached electronically as 1A attachment. Of note, the particular image sent to her by Redacted was recognized by agents as a widely distributed photograph of Jeffrey Epstein and current United States President Donald Trump. The cropped image provided to the agents only included Jeffrey Epstein. Redacted advised the agent she was 100% positive the man in the photograph was Jeff, the man detailed above who she initially believed she was hired to babysit for and who SA'd multiple times beginning when she was approximately 13 years old. While observing the image in the presence of the agents, Redacted advised she had not seen Jeff in a long time and that he looked a little older in the photograph than she remembered him. Redacted advised the person wasn't that unattractive back then with respect to the other individuals she cropped out of the image. Redacted advised they were someone she had met, no further information provided. Redacted advised she learned Jeff took Polaroid photographs of her engaged in sexual activity, possibly during her first interaction with him, and definitely during her third interaction. Redacted stated that during her third interaction with Jeff, which happened within a few days of the second incident, Redacted opened a drawer in the house and observed a lot of photos. She saw photographs of herself, but was not sure whether all of the photos included in the drawer were of her. She wanted to take all of the photographs to try to piece together the holes in her memory as to what had happened during her previous interactions with Jeff, and also because she was embarrassed that she was naked in the pictures. However, Jeff caught Redacted looking at the pictures. He became very angry when he caught her. Asked what Jeff did when he caught her looking at the pictures, Redacted stated he raped me. Jeff bent her over and raped her, and it wasn't vaginal. Jeff called Redacted a stupid bitch and stated that being nosy isn't good for you. He told her she was going to get herself in trouble and now she owed him. Redacted advised that was the point when the threats started. That was when he turned. Redacted recalled Jeff also said some words to her in a different language that she did not understand. Did he speak another language? I'm confused. When Jeff got nervous, he sometimes sounded different. He sounded like he had a lisp. He did not have a thick New York accent. Redacted recalled Jeff had an eye tooth that looked like a snaggle tooth at the time. She recalled he was not terribly ugly. He always dressed well and wore cardboard shirts and penny loafers. He had a habit of changing the pennies in his loafers frequently, and they were always brand new pennies. Redacted stated she had only seen children's penises at the point in her life. She did not recall any additional abnormalities with respect to Jeff's body. However, Redacted qualified her statement that most of the time Jeff abused her from behind. She did recall that with respect to two additional people who abused her, one was not circumcised. Redacted is aware of the uncircumcised man's identity. However, she was not comfortable providing it at the time of the interview. Redacted reiterated that during her third interaction with Jeff, he started out behind her, graping her every way possible, orally, vaginally. At that point in her life, Redacted had large breasts, which made her very uncomfortable. She would beg to keep her shirt on during her interaction with Jeff. He made fun of her breasts, sometimes saying nice things and other times telling her he knew why she was disgusted with her breasts. Jeff used objects to SA her. She specifically recalled that on at least one occasion he used beer bottles and a golf club handle to grape her anally and vaginally. Redacted also remembered Jeff attempting to fit his entire hand in her mouth. At some point, Jeff told her, if you don't want this to happen to you, you need to go find me friends. On approximately the second interaction, Jeff asked her, do you have any friends who are pretty? Redacted recalled thinking Jeff did not think she was attractive back then. There was a time when Jeff was raping her that he pulled her hair, covered her mouth and nose at the same time, and put his hand on her throat. Redacted thought the act of placing his hand on her throat was more of a threat than actually attempting to strangle her. She did not recall him squeezing her throat. Redacted did not recall Jeff binding her body during the essays. He never full-on punched her. However, he squeezed her bottom and breasts and would yank her nipples to the point the actions were very painful. Redacted stated, I would have given anything for him to have given me a cocktail again. It would have been nice to not have been aware. Believing she would continue to be raped and SA'd by Jeff, gave in at some point and told him, yes, I'll find some friends. Jeff wanted, quote unquote, young, fresh meat girls, virgins. He told her, don't bring me any N-words. Redacted never brought any friends. At this point in the interview, Redacted's attorney Barry Redacted-esque advised the following. At Epstein's request, she Redacted at times met people on the beach and may have told them something to the effect of, if you want to go party, go to Epstein's. Following Redacted's statement, Redacted shook her shoulder and head in the affirmative. Redacted clarified that after what Jeff had done to her, she did not want it, the grapes and essays, to be repeated, and she decided to find other girls for him. Strangers she found in town might spare her more abuse. With respect to her adult life, Redacted advised Jeff's abuse and the abuse she endured by others associated with him caused her to shut down. She became fearful after being threatened her whole life. She stated, I haven't said anything yet, so I imagine once I do. Redacted expressed deep concern over being one of the first victims to come forward and any ramifications she may suffer due to it. Redacted indicated that due to the time that had elapsed since the events involving Jeff occurred over 30 years ago, she had difficulty remembering exactly when some of the interactions occurred and in what order. Redacted recalled that during her fourth or fifth interaction with Jeff, there were 2 other men in the house as well. Redacted advised she may know the name of one man, but she did not feel comfortable providing it at this time. Jeff was introducing her to these pigs. Jeff bragged and showed the men the things he had done to her. Jeff made a statement to the effect of, this is why fresh meat is good. You can do whatever you want. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Thank you for adding the trigger warnings. I have no idea what to say. This is why fresh meat is good. You can do whatever you want. The men masturbated as Jeff essayed, redacted. During that interaction, Jeff penetrated her vaginally with both objects and his penis. She remembered at some point she was alone with the two men after Jeff did his sick shit and excused himself because he was planning for other girls to show up at the house. Redacted described the two men as fat and disgusting. Both were older than Jeff. Both of the men had southern accents. Redacted recalled Jeff's big thing was vaginal fresh meat. Administrative note: when the agents began to ask questions regarding whether the two men at the house participated in essaying her, Redacted became very emotional and advised she could not continue and needed to take a break that day. The interview ended with the plan to continue with the follow-up interview in the near future. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I genuinely don't know what to say. I have absolutely no words. No words at all. I'm confused. I'm confused as to why not more people are talking about this. I'm genuinely confused as to why more people aren't talking about this. Wow. On June 21st, 2021, at 4:07 p.m., redacted, date of birth, redacted, called FBI National Threat Operations Center to report Donald Trump knew and funded underage sex parties at the Donald Trump golf course. Redacted was recently interviewed by an FBI agent. However, he felt triggered as a victim and did not report all of the information. Redacted had recordings of Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell discussing marketing strategies for high-profile sex parties at Donald Trump golf course. However, Redacted mailed the recordings to a lawyer in the Cayman Islands. Redacted was part of the Sinaloa cartel and worked closely with Epstein and Maxwell. However, he was able to walk away from the cartel due to his status with Epstein and Maxwell. In the recordings, Trump stated he was aware of the underage sex parties and charged the house money of the golf course to fund sex parties. Redacted witnessed Robin Leach strangle a young girl during a sex party. He claims she is buried behind the 19th hole at the Donald Trump golf course. Allegedly. Redacted is aware of 3 separate occasions in which girls were unalived and buried there. Redacted was told if he spoke about the incident he witnessed, he would end up in the hole as well. Redacted gave Maxwell the idea missing. I wasn't aware of anything. I mean, about the unalivings, yes. But they had eaten humans. And they smell like human flesh. She's missing, by the way. Allegedly. Oh, to the people who don't know what it is, I'm talking about this incident, remember? The one that the detective sent to the FBI agent? Where he said at 1200, a male identified as one redacting arrived at C20 office, stated he was unemployed and resides with his mother and her unemployed morbidly obese boyfriend. Redacted stated he has ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms as well as other illicit substances in the past and currently smokes Mary Jane. Redacted reported being raped, sodomized by his great uncle since the age of 5 years old until 22. Redacted described meeting Epstein at a yacht club in Redacted. Of his relatives were members, first at age 5 and later at age 8. Redacted states he was raped, sodomized by Epstein in 2000 on a large yacht 9 out of Redacted, as well as by former U.S. President William J. Clinton. Redacted states the also current President Trump was, along with his wife Melania, were present during the said yacht trip in 2000. Trump was not married to his current spouse Melania until 2005. Redacted reports while being Redacted stated all of the above incidents were recovered repressed memories until he began therapy sometime in 2016. Redacted offered no supporting or corroborating evidence or witness that could be contacted, appeared to me emotionally unbalanced and not intoxicated. At this time, it is not recommended that any additional investigative resources be expended concerning this claim. And then they say, I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. While on this yacht, he witnessed African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar but left no scarring. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from these intestines. He was also raped by George Bush 1. And it says here, thanks, I didn't realize Bush raped him too. Yeah. I don't even know what to say, y'all. Allegedly. Allegedly. Where was the full story? There was a full story of the kid. A full report, sorry. There's a full report of the kid. Hold on. This one. Here we go. Let me download this too. This was the full story of the yacht. And he met Epstein when he was only 4 years old, by the way. Do you guys want me to read it? I don't know how many people heard me read it. I read this yesterday. I don't know how many people heard me read it, but... Okay. He stated that he first met Epstein at approximately 8. Of course, this is trigger warning, by the way. It's like SA. Violence, SA, blood, gore. So for that reason, protect your mental health and your space, protect your peace. If you want to leave, you can leave at this point. But yeah. First of all, look how much redacted. Look how much of this is redacted. Crazy. So it says here, redacted stated that he first met Epstein at approximately age 4 while at the redacted East Greenwich, Rhode Island. Redacted stated that his family were members of the redacted. Redacted stated that at the time he was raped, sodomized by his great uncle, and that Epstein was present and did not watch him. So Epstein watched it while his great uncle was doing that, right? Redacted stated that after he was raped by his great uncle, redacted, Epstein then spoke with him. Redacted stated he did not know the identity of Epstein until some unspecified time in 2016. Redacted further stated in sum and substance that while on a large luxury ship that sailed out of the Newport Boat Show in Newport, Rhode Island, September, redacted, at approximately 8 years of age, he, redacted, was subjected to some type of medical exam about the yacht, on the yacht, I think, by unknown doctor, while his great uncle and a family member were present. Redacted went on to describe a bizarre event in which redacted inserted a tape measure in his rectum. Redacted stated subsequent to the exam, he was then raped, sodomized by Jeffrey Epstein, as well as former United States President William J. Clinton, while in a heavy substance-induced state. Mind you, this child is 8 years old when this is happening. This is an 8-year-old kid, by the way, this is happening to. Redacted also stated the bottoms of his feet and back were slashed. Redacted further stated also during this said yacht trip, multiple unknown male blacks were engaged in sex acts with unknown female whites who had their backs slashed and were bleeding. Redacted also described several infants being unalived and their intestines removed, as well as other acts of cannibalism. Redacted also stated that former United States President George H.W. Bush engaged in a sex act with an unknown male black. Former United States Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and businessman George Soros were present on the same yacht while all of the aforementioned acts of violence were occurring. Redacted was then asked if he had any injuries or scars as evidence, to which he responded, on my anus. Redacted was unable to provide any supporting or corroborating evidence or the identities of any witnesses to support his claim of victimization. Redacted did provide a handwritten list of his family and extended family members, and it was not clear what investigative value, if any, the list held. Redacted also stated that his great uncle, Redacted, is in possession of video evidence of his crime. Of his crimes against Redacted, as well as several snuff films. Like a movie, basically, of a person being unalived. Now, you guys might think, what? A person being unalived? Yes. Remember the Deputy Attorney General literally said, what does he say?
And finally, anything that depicts or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury, also not produced.
He said any imagery that includes death was not included, which means there is imagery of death. Let's hear that one more time.
And finally, anything that depicts or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury, also not produced.
He's saying it wasn't added to the list. He's listing off everything that wasn't added to the Epstein file. It wasn't added to the library. Right? Crazy. Yeah. Crazy. I don't even know what to say. I'm not gonna lie. At this point, I genuinely don't even know what to say anymore. I don't know why more people are not angry. And the way that they all just, are able to live life. Yeah. I don't know why more people are not talking about it. I don't know why more people are not angry. And not addressing it. But it's disturbing. It's actually disturbing. There was also the taxi driver was there, the guy who said he overheard Trump talking about a girl going missing. And then this is also interesting, by the way, I forgot this. So the DOJ first released this list like this, which are all the women who were recruiters for Jeffrey Epstein. And then they realized they fucked up. They deleted it. And then they released this. They redacted it. Right? They redacted it. So let's go through them one by one. Let's see who are the women or the names of the people they redacted. They're all people. Let's see what they did and how they redacted it. So the first one is Cecilia Steen. Unknown if she actually recruited or abused any of the victims, was said to have been one of Epstein's New York secretaries and responsible for arranging massage appointments. May have on one or two occasions paid victims at the Madison Avenue office for the massages. Unknown if she was ever present at any of Epstein's homes. We know what happened in the massages. We know. Nadia Marchenko. Marchenko is actually messaged in one of the, it mentioned, I think, in the journal, if I'm not mistaken. Nadia Marchenko. Unknown if she actually recruited or abused any of the victims, was rumored to be Epstein's sex slave, and victims often described someone fitting her description as being involved in the sexual abuse during those massages. Traveled with Epstein all over the world. Leslie Groff. Multiple victims state that Groff was the main point of phone contact for NYC-based massage appointments. Unknown if ages were discussed during the massage appointment phone calls, but things such as school or parents were often brought up. On at least 2 occasions, victims believe that Groff was the one to pay them at his Madison Avenue office building. Unknown if she actually recruited or abused any of the victims. Unknown if she was ever present at any of Epstein's homes. Oh, this was redacted, by the way. Like, if you see they deleted it. And then they redacted the name, see? They redacted the name, but they fucked up. So they initially uploaded it with the full name and then redacted it. But yes, also the men should also be addressed. Ghislaine Maxwell. Overall property manager for all of Epstein's properties, was observed by a property manager, Alessi, in Palm Beach to have recruited Virginia Roberts to massage Epstein. Roberts eventually recruits multiple girls that spiderweb into that structure of the original Palm Beach investigation. Alessi believes Maxwell may have been physically involved in some of the abuse that occurred during the massages, but has not personally observed it at this time. No victims. Adriana Muchinska. Unknown if she was directly responsible for recruiting girls, but admits during a proffer she was trained by Vickers to schedule Florida, New York massage appointments for Epstein. Ross was made to perform massages on Epstein on his private island. Ross was instructed by Vickers to remove items from his Palm Beach home and Virgin Island home and have them destroyed during the Palm Beach investigation. Unknown if she actually... So, I'm so sorry. So he used to victimize the women and then have them bring other women. So he used to victimize these women and then have them bring other women. His massage appointments in West Palm Beach and New York City. Vickers was also in charge of greeting the girls at his Florida, New York residences, making them feel comfortable and welcome, offering them food, bringing them into the massage room, and giving them instructions, and then often paying them afterwards. Oh yeah, she definitely knew what was happening. Vickers was also Epstein's personal travel assistant and flew with him all over the world. She was a direct supervisor to Adriana Ross and instructed her to schedule massage appointments and destroy evidence during the Palm Beach investigation into Epstein's conduct. At least one victim states that Vickers sexually abused her during...
We did not protect.
Substack for interview? Wait, Sasha Riley... Somebody, can somebody please send that to me in the Discord? Because for some reason I can't seem to find it. What's what do you do if, hold on, let's see. Can somebody do that in the Discord? Don't worry, boys are hard to find. Hold on. Don't worry, boys are hard to find. Okay, this is the full interview.
So I just want to clarify in terms of date, July 18th, 2025. My full name, Lisa Noel Volding. And Riley, do you want to state your name and any other names?
William. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. My name is William Sasha Riley. I was born Manuel Sasha Butters.
Okay.
But my legal name is William Sasha.
Sorry, Anne. Sorry, did you send me something? Okay, got it. Thank you, Anne. You're the best, genuinely.
Sasha Riley at this time.
Okay, and I'm just so we're clear, I'm based in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. I lived in the United States full time for a bunch of years, but I was brought up in Canada. Really, what I wanted to do is like to just really like a thorough discussion. You tell me everything that you've been wanting to say, and
Okay.
I'll ask some questions. This might be one of like however many discussions, and I'll record them if it's one, if it's.
Okay, I don't know. This is. Hold on. This is over an hour. This is over 2 hours. But this is the kid, by the way. When they were doing those things to him, this is what he looked like. I'm disturbed, I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm genuinely so disturbed. I'm not gonna lie. Like actually so disturbed. Oh.
Comply with the act, and there is no. We did not protect President Trump. We didn't protect or not protect anybody. I mean, I think that there's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents.
Wow. Wow.
I should note that just because someone is mentioned in these documents does not mean that they've been accused of wrongdoing or did anything wrong. Many of these claims are unverified or they rely on secondhand information. But these are the key findings our team has uncovered so far. And I should note, millions of pages have come out. We are still digging right now in this hour. Donald Trump's name appears thousands of times in these new documents. In some, he's merely mentioned in emails that Jeffrey Epstein sent to other people. But the files also contain a complaint from a woman who accused Trump of raping her in 1994 when she was just 13 years old. According to the FBI document, this accuser, who is identified as Jane Doe, said that
We read her the report on that one.
Jeffrey Epstein was, quote, angry that Trump was the one to take her virginity and that she was also raped by Jeffrey Epstein. This woman had previously launched lawsuits against Trump and dropped them. The last one happened right before the 2016 election. The president has previously denied these allegations. Also included in today's release was a list of sexual assault allegations related to the president compiled by the FBI in August, many of which appear to have come from unverified tips. We don't know why tonight the FBI made this list, and there are more than a dozen allegations that are included in it. But recall what the president has previously said about these documents, about the Jeffrey Epstein files. He said that they were a hoax and that the release of them could ruin people's reputations.
I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years.
I'm so sorry. Would the Democrats know, like, list Bill Clinton as involved? I'm confused. Because these files literally put a lot of politicians on blast, regardless of who they were. Why is he lying? Why the fuck is he lying? This literally puts so many people on blast.
I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him.
I would say that, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by
Obama?
These files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden. We went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it.
Just to be clear, Christopher Wray was the president's pick for FBI director that he put into that job. This also comes as we're learning for the first time about Jeffrey Epstein's contact with Elon Musk. You may remember Elon Musk dropped what he described as a really big bomb last year, that Trump was in the Epstein files, and that was the real reason that they had not been made public. Well, it turns out, based on what we saw today, Musk is also Epstein files. Emails show that he tried coordinating multiple visits to Jeffrey Epstein's private island, and one from 2013.
We wouldn't be working humans. We would lose our job. We would lose our place in a company because this particular job has been so egregiously done, horrifically done.
If you had been at that press conference today at the Justice Department, what do you think you would have asked?
I would have asked, then what's this? What is missing from this page? Because one of the things that he said was about the fact that there's no list of men, there's no treasure trove of men. Then what is this? What is missing here? This is not a survivor's name. There's no survivor's name that is this long. So what I'd like to ask any of them in the Department of Justice is, what is this? This is a victim statement. The only thing that was supposed to be redacted was her name. So this is clearly protecting someone, something.
Because what would be in there would be theoretically, and what we've seen from other 302s is that's when they interview someone who has filed a complaint, and that's their account of what happened to them.
Exactly. And so to stand on that podium and say, well, there's no names here, and to hear for months now, there's nothing in this, there's no reason, but then there should be no reason to have a black page. If there's nothing there, then what are you redacting? That's what I would have said to him.
Jess Michaels, I'm sorry. I really...
Crazy. And the thing is, as well, before I go to Shaky, I just want to show this. This was something that Trump said, not...
Have you ever had a personal...
Let's rewind this again.
...personal relationship with Donald? Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment right, sir.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Did y'all hear what he said? He asked him, have you socialized with him
into a steep
in the presence
Frankie
of a minor?
And something cracked beside her.
He didn't answer that.
Is someone shooting at us? Frankie.
It is. Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person well?
I don't know that, but I do know that
she has. She's been arrested for that.
Her friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, you do know that.
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that. And
she's a child
such a big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
Sure.
Your memo and release yesterday with Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former lead.
Which, by the way, we know he was linked to a foreign intelligence agency. Remember that document I read yesterday? The Russian, Indonesian, Chinese, and Israeli foreign intelligence that was linked to Epstein. We know that. We read that yesterday.
Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the newsstand?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Pam, could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. We have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Clearly not closed. Clearly not close. This is why I say eat the rich, by the way. Just wanted to say that. That's precisely why I say eat the fucking rich. And while we're talking about eating the rich, I'm gonna take a brief 1 minute break to at least drink some tea because I actually feel very nauseous. But I'm gonna hand it over to Shaky. So Shaky actively works with giving the unhoused essentials that they need. The unhoused, people who are hungry, she gives them basic necessities. I think she's doing it right now in Baltimore, if I'm not mistaken, Shaky, you said. And so she wanted to talk about her project where she is actively helping the unhoused. And the reason as to why they're unhoused people, by the way, is because of pieces of shit like this who are rich. I just wanted to say this. This is precisely why I talk about like capitalism all the damn fucking time. Because nobody should be unhoused. But the reason as to why people are unhoused is because you have pieces of shit like these two who are immensely rich and they use their money to abuse vulnerable girls. And a lot of the girls that they abused, by the way, were from middle class, low income class families or homeless. One of the girls was homeless. The one whose report we read, the ones whose interview we read, she said she was homeless. Okay? So they're actively not only robbing people, but at the same time, they're also preying on people who need money, who are victims of the system. They're taking advantage of them. But Shaky, you wanted to say something, so I'm gonna go over to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Fred. Hi, everyone. I was here yesterday, but in case you missed it, hi, my name is Shaky. I am the founder of Mutual Aim. Mutual Aim is a non-profit, and we fundraise to bring aid to war-torn countries and underrepresented communities across Africa, here in the US, and wherever else we're needed. And on the 15th of this month, we're trying to go out to Baltimore to distribute aid and hot meals. Thank you, to unhoused communities in Baltimore and low-income families as well. So I I want to ask everyone to please tap into your humanity, because we really, really need the help. We are running out of days to gather all the resources we need. If everyone could please go look at the wish list that is linked in my link tree. It is the second link, right? If you go in there, you'll find basically the things that we need to help keep people warm, keep people fed through the winter. I know that if you are in the DMV area or you are up north in the US, you know that we recently had a snowstorm and it's iced outside, right? So unfortunately, the way for anybody who knows how the shelters work, people are only allowed to stay in the shelters through the night, but then during the day people are outside. They don't have tents, they don't have sleeping bags, people don't have blankets, and when they do, they're barely holding up. So if you guys could please just go look at that list, it would really, really mean a lot to me. And I also understand that a lot of us are struggling in this economy. It's absolute crap. But we have some canned, we have some canned items in there that are like $1 and a few cents or something. So if all you can get is one, that also goes a long way. And sometimes also at the end of the day, it's really not about like buying the most expensive thing. It's really just about extending a hand and reminding people that they have someone, right? They're not alone, and that they're human too. They also deserve to eat. They also deserve to have warm clothes. They also deserve to have a blanket. And these things are the bare minimum anyway. We also have baby food on there because unfortunately the system is so crap that there are literal parents who don't know where their baby's next meal is coming from, which is absurd, but unfortunately that's where we are. And we have items for young kids as well on there. Please just look at it, right? And if you're not able to make a purchase off there, I always say it's fine if you're not able to make a donation. That is always fine. Please just share it to your family, share it to your friends, because they may be inclined to make a donation, or maybe they're able to make a donation, right? They may be better disposed to do so. So please do that. And if you would rather not make a purchase off the wish list, there's also a fundraiser. It's the third link in the link tree. I always just try to encourage people to look at the wish list, because then you can decide what exactly you would prefer to contribute towards the drive, as opposed to donating money. I don't know, but some people don't really care, I guess. Well, thank you guys so much for listening. I thank you actually for listening, because it's really hard trying to gather resources sometimes, and it's difficult to wrap my head around sometimes, because the conversation we're having here, the rich, they have all this money and they hoard all this wealth for what, really, honestly? And it's difficult to get $100 sometimes, or $50 to feed someone who could literally be on the brink of death, because we also fundraise for Sudan and Congo and Nigeria, and it's so ridiculous because $1 really does go so far when it comes to taking care of people, and there are people who hoard all this money, and it does feel a little uncomfortable sometimes also to come on here and ask like everyday hardworking people who are just like trying to get by for the money, but I don't have the connections to the people who can do something or who are able to do something, and even without me anyway, they're not willing to do shit. So here we are, amongst community, talking to each other and asking each other for help. So please just help us however you can. And if you're in the DMV area, if you'd like to volunteer to help us while we're out there, it's a mobile food drive. We're going to be driving around downtown Baltimore and handing things out. If you would like to volunteer, that would be great. If you'd like to volunteer more long term, that's something you can do. You can apply through the form that is in the link tree. If anybody had any questions, if you're curious about anything, I'm very transparent. I'm happy to answer any question you may have. But thank you guys so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Shaky, for all the work that you do. Genuinely. Please do check her out, follow her. I'm a domestic violence advocate. I work at a nonprofit in Texas for victims. That's amazing, Shelby. I just wanted to say, please, please, please follow Shaky. Follow her work. Shaky, I think you have a DM in your requests for a person who also works in Baltimore. They did want to link up with you with regards to that, by the way. And so I just wanted to say, follow Shaky. Please support her. Also, if you can't donate, you can just share the links to other people who can donate. That is incredibly important, because at the end of the day, community is the only thing that people have. At the end of the day, legitimately, community is literally the only thing people have, because we live within a society, or we live within societies in the whole Western world, or the whole world generally, that prioritizes the rich. It prioritizes the rich, it prioritizes the corrupt, it prioritizes the vile people in this world who can do whatever the fuck they please and get away with it, right? So at the end of the day, the only way that people can get through all of this is through community. So that's why I actively try to highlight community-based initiatives, because that's the only way. But thank you very much, Shaky, for coming up and sharing your 2 cents.
Thank you, everyone.
I appreciate you. No problem. Thank you. You take care too. It's a system that rewards the worst. Exactly. It's a system that rewards the worst. I'm sorry. Where did Epstein get all this money to do whatever he's doing? That's one thing I'll never understand. Where did he get all of his money to do what he is doing? Where did he get all of this money to literally, like, is able to get away with everything? And I mean, we know where he's getting all this money from. We read it yesterday. Where was that document? Hold on. Where is that document? We read it yesterday. Dershowitz ties. Where is it? I hope they didn't delete it. Oh, by the way, I found this. Isn't this interesting? This is an ad for a brothel. Front Street, White Horse, newest, neatest, and best, or the Arctic Hotel and Restaurant. And you know who owns that brothel? Look at that. Fred Trump. His grandfather. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Just wanted to say that. Was literally a pimp. And now he's doing the same shit. But where is that document that I wanted? Hold on. Where is it? Hold on. Sorry, I have so many documents. So many. Hold on. This one. Let me download this one too. Sorry, this one I'm going to go to you. I just want to read this one. Look at this one. This one. Hold on. Oh, that explains it. Okay. This one. Federal Bureau of Investigation, CHS reporting document. Now, CHS stands for Captioned Confidential Human Source. Okay, that's what CHS stands for. Captioned Confidential Human Source. Now, what does it say? Redacted. Redacted Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz. CHS learned that Dershowitz influenced many students from wealthy families. For example, Josh Kushner and Jared Kushner were both his students. Dershowitz told CHS that if he were young again, he would be holding a stun gun as an Israeli intelligence Mossad agent. CHS believed Dershowitz was co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission. CHS still continues to communicate occasionally for Dershowitz. Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Dershowitz. CHS remembered Dershowitz tell Alex Acosta, U.S. Attorney of Southern District of Florida at the time, that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and Allied intelligence services. CHS shared phone calls between Dershowitz and Epstein during which she took notes. After these calls, Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him. Barak believed Netanyahu was a criminal. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United Arab Emirates are allied against Qatar, Turkey, Iran, and Syria. One of the CHS's redacted, who presumably worked redacted, asked CHS a lot of questions about Epstein. CHS became convinced that Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. Mashka Drokova, telephone number redacted, is based in Silicon Valley. She has been running a firm called Day One Ventures, which is supposedly an early-stage investment company she used to be Russian President Vladimir Putin's main contact in the Russian youth movement. CHS and Drokova spoke, but Drokova did not talk at all about technology. Instead, she looked at CHS and said, "You knew Epstein, didn't you?" She said Epstein was a wonderful man and that it was a crying shame what had been done to him. CHS concluded Day One Ventures was in Silicon Valley to steal technology. Again, Russia, Israel. Second one. CHS advised Shabbat is doing everything they can to co-opt the Trump presidency. Shabbat is basically state-sanctioned Judaism. It's used by Putin to keep tabs on all the Russia Jewish oligarchs. On the day Trump was elected, President Ivanka Trump and Jared were at the gravesite of Rabbi Shirsam, who was the most powerful rabbi in Shabbat network. Jared didn't disclose his stakes in Qatar, but because of its ties to the Russian state, CHS believed this is the real Russian collusion story. Kushner has moved a lot of Russian investment money around. CHS provided the attached article entitled Jim McGreevey and His Main Man by Greg Horowitz, published September the 10th, 2004. While the article is old and centered on Charles Kushner, it highlights and documents the deep ties the Kushner family has with Israel and their history of corrupt business practices and alleged violations in election laws. CHS stated that if the FBI is serious about investigating the Kushners and their relationship with the Middle East, they should look closely at Ken Kurson, who knows everything. CHS advised Henry Kissinger introduce Charles to Sui Tiankai, the Chinese ambassador to the U.S., a relationship that could have been helpful at around the same time of the introduction. Anne Bang was entering negotiations with the Kushners over 666 Fifth Avenue. Harry Tanosinbinjo has developed Trump's hotels and is a billionaire. Henry introduced her to the Indonesian CIA. So now the Indonesian CIA is involved. Harry, redacted, spoke Indonesian. Harry brought his Beverly Hills home from Trump at an inflated price. Redacted, was at Harry's house when Harry redacted that Trump told him that he was going to fuck Amazon over their military contracts. CHS advised that this was a real collusion story. Trump has been compromised by Israel, and Kushner is the real brains behind his organization and his presidency. Igor Korbatov brokered the sale of a Beverly Hills mansion Trump acquired for $800,000, less than the market value. CHS referenced the attached article that summarized the matter. A small-time scam artist gave Trump a mansion for $0. Why? Published April 12, 2018 by Lance Williams and Matt Smith. In Reveal from the Center for Investigative Reporting, Ross Delston, a Washington, D.C.-based attorney and consultant on financial crimes to the International Monetary Fund, said the deal included many facets that don't add up, and that deal warrants further scrutiny, and investigators should follow up on the numerous oddities and red flags that this series of transactions raises. Now, this is another one that's so interesting. Elliot Broidy recently pled to charges related to money laundering, unregistered lobbying for, what does it say? The UAE. Now you got another country that is being mentioned. Why is this dude doing unregistered lobbying for the fucking UAE? Broidy previously paid a former Playboy model over $1 million to stay quiet about an affair he had with her. Broidy allegedly successfully lobbied to increase U.S. sanctions on the government of Qatar. CHS advised, since Broidy was purported the largest fundraiser for Trump, supporting the 2016 presidential election, he apparently used his access to Trump to lobby. Joel Mowbray. I can't even do this anymore. This is just all of them, all these politicians. All of them are guilty. All of them are involved. It's crazy to me. Swan. No. This is not rereading the files from yesterday. This particular one is just what I wanted to read to highlight how the richest of the rich can just do whatever they want to do. And you have people who are actively starving within, like, the West. You have people who are homeless. You have multiple genocides happening currently, right? You have multiple genocides happening currently. And multiple famines happening around the world. There are like 10 fucking famines in Sudan. 10. How is there so many famines in one single country, and yet you have people like this being able to just randomly give $1 million to a model that they had an affair with? How much could that $1 million have done? How much could that $1 million have done? How much could that money have done had it been given to a charity or had it been given to people in need? But instead, a single person can just pay off a person that they cheated with or had an affair with. So easy to them. So easy. And how have people convinced you that this is the norm? I'm confused. How have people convinced you that this is normal? There's nothing normal about this. How do people just go about their life, living life, not angry enough, thinking it's normal that you have on the one side multiple genocides happening that are actively being funded? You have people who are unhoused. You have people barely being able to make ends meet. And on the other side, you have people who could just nonchalantly pay $1 million to a Playboy model that they cheated with. Crazy. Exactly. It's not normal. Nothing about this is normal. Absolutely nothing is normal. Swan, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I feel bad. Well, this was in the video that you were showing with Trump sitting next to Epstein. If you watch the video, you can definitely tell that he's like, they got to be looking at a girl or something like that. Like towards the end of the clip, you'll see him mouth to Jeffrey Epstein, "She's hot." I swear to God, you'll see his lips move. That's all I wanted to say. You could drop me back down. But yeah, if you look for it, you'll see it.
Hold on. Where is it? Wait, hold on. Let me play it. You mean this video, right? This video, you mean, right? Swan?
Yep, that's the one. Yep.
Hold on, let's see. Oh, he does say she's hot. I saw that.
Yep,
Y'all
that's
see
what
that?
I wanted to say. You could drop me
that's
down, but I just wanted to
nasty.
point that out. Yeah, it's gross.
Thank you, Swan. I appreciate you. Oh, that's nasty. Hold on, let's see that again. He does say she's hot.
Have you ever had a
And you remember in one of the journals from the victims, she says, people who came to the parties only came because they liked Epstein and they liked children. That's what she said. That's what she said in the journal. People came to the parties because they liked Epstein and they liked children. And you know that the girl that Trump said she's hot to was probably a minor. Yeah, by the way, that phrase that I just quoted is from one of the victims. The victims, she wrote a journal. We went through her journal. She was the girl who said that. And this is one of his parties. Because you see, Jelaine is right here. There she goes. You see her? She's right here behind them. She's right there. So you know that this is one of those parties. This isn't a club. This isn't a house party. It looks like a home. This isn't a club. This is a house party. And you know the house parties that he had. Right? But, I wanted to show you this as well. Have y'all ever seen the Prince Andrew interview? When he's asked about the girl? Hold on.
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady. None whatsoever.
You don't remember meeting her.
No.
So you're absolutely sure that you're at home on the 10th of March.
Yes.
She was very specific about that night. She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have bath, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat.
Oh my God. He's such a piece of shit. He really said it couldn't have been me because I don't sweat. He literally said that. How do you say that? By the way, this is the same guy who this person is saying here unalive the girl. So not only did he grape girls, he unalived them too. It says here, back in the 90s, Ghislaine Maxwell recruited a girl from a modeling career. Instead of modeling, she was sold as a sex slave and torture. Prince Andrew was an accessory to her death, as he tortured her and me to force her murder. This is the guy who's saying, you know what, actually,
My name is Annika Luke.
Actually, I don't, I don't sweat. This is the same guy, mind you, who is found with this photo right now. This is an underage girl, by the way. Look. Very fascinating. This man is saying, oh, I don't know. I've never been through this thing. I've never met a minor. But he literally has photos with underage girls. But of course, because he doesn't sweat, it couldn't have been him, right? This couldn't have been him. But let's continue the video, right?
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady. None whatsoever.
You don't remember meeting her.
No.
So you're absolutely sure that you're at home on the 10th of March.
Yes.
She was very specific about that night. She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time.
She provided a photo of the two of you together.
Yes.
Your arm was around her waist.
Yes.
You've seen the photo.
I've seen the photograph.
How do you explain that?
I can't. Because I have absolutely no memory of that photograph ever being taken.
Do you recognize yourself in the photo?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult not to recognize yourself.
Your friend suggested that the photo is fake.
I think it's from the investigations that we've done, you can't prove whether or not that photograph is faked or not, because it is a photograph of a photograph of a photograph. I have no recollection.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Fucking sick.
This is democracy.
I'm really fucking sick.
They want to make sure the rest of the files come out.
The New York Times reports the new files include 5,300 files containing more than 38,000 references to Donald Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, Mar-a-Lago, and other related words. Many of the references are news articles about Trump, but the new files also include an FBI document that summarizes allegations made against Trump by people who had called the FBI's Threat Operations Center tip line. The documents also reveal new details about Epstein's connections to the rich and powerful across the world. In one email, Elon Musk asked Epstein, quote, "What day night will be the wildest party on your island?" Unquote. Virgin Islands founder Richard Branson sent.
Oh, so sorry. Laughing because it's funny. Laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because I'm like shocked. Not shocked, but like disgusted. You know, the uncomfortable disgust, where it's like. At this point, it would be better to ask which billionaire is not involved. I think that's the better question. The better question is to ask which billionaire is not involved. Because, what was it, 7, 8 owners of NFL and NBA teams were involved? You got billionaires who have companies, you got politicians, you got so many people. So who is not involved? That would be a shorter list. Who is not involved? Even fucking Jay-Z is involved. Why the hell is Jay-Z there? Why is Jay-Z there? But also, I'm not surprised because in my opinion, he groomed Beyonce. She was literally a kid when he met her. Jay-Z was what, like in his 30s? Yes, George Soros is also involved. Jay-Z is like what, in his, was in his 30s? And she was what, 16? 17? When he met her? He groomed her too. So of course, the fact that Jay-Z was involved with Harvey Weinstein, the victim report that we read last time was that a victim was essayed by Harvey Weinstein and Jay-Z. That's the crazy thing. So at this point, are we even surprised what happens to child actors? You know, the common theme of child actors, like having substance abuse addiction and going insane and unaliving themselves or crashing out. Like, how many child actors have experienced that? Genuine question. How many child actors have experienced that? Because that is a common theme amongst child actors, that when they grow up, they end up, I don't know, they end up like going into, they have substance abuse problems, they have issues with mental health issues, they unalive themselves, they have like a spiraling issue where they spiral down like you know what I mean? Like they go insane, they go into car crashes, all these different things. So same thing happened to Macaulay Culkin, all these different things, right? So I'm confused. Are people even surprised? This seems like a very, very deep, wired, global network. A global network of people. We saw that one document where Trump
Epstein an email in 2013 saying he wanted to see him again, quote, as long as you bring your harem, unquote.
Oh my God. Oh my God. As long as you bring your harem?
2013 saying he wanted to see him again, quote, as long as you bring your harem, unquote. Emails showed Trump arranged to visit Epstein's island in 2012, years after Lutnick had claimed he'd cut off ties with Epstein. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said it's unlikely anyone else will be prosecuted. A group of...
Wow. Did you hear that? It's unlikely anybody else would be prosecuted.
Claimed he cut off ties with Epstein. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said it's unlikely anyone else will be prosecuted. A group of Epstein survivors criticized how the DOJ the DOJ had handled the release. In a statement, the survivor said, quote, "This latest release of Jeffrey Epstein files is being sold as transparency, but what it actually does is expose survivors. As survivors, we should never be the ones named, scrutinized, and re-traumatized, while Epstein's enablers continue to benefit from secrecy. This is a betrayal of the very people this process is supposed to serve," unquote. We're joined now by two guests. Vicky Ward, longtime investigative journalist, host and co-producer of the podcast series Chasing Elaine, the untold story of the woman in Epstein's shadow.
Okay. This is horrifying, y'all. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't know what to say anymore. To the people who asked me, I will be going live tomorrow as well. And tomorrow I will be addressing Prince Andrew. And everything here, by the way, I'll be posting in my Discord server. I'll be posting it in my Discord server so you guys can have all the documents too. So you can read up on it yourself. One more creepy photo that I found, by the way, that's very haunting. I showed it yesterday, but I'll show it again today. Is this one. This is a very, very creepy photo that I found. Yes, I'll be uploading these videos to YouTube. It's a very, very creepy photo that I found. And the plaque over them saying, "Sacrifice, if you want something you've never had, you must be willing to do something you've never done." The sign to me is so wild. If you want something you've never had, you must be willing to do something you've never done. And I don't know if I'm maybe exaggerating. I don't know if I'm exaggerating, but when I saw this in the Epstein files, it was really creepy. It's really, really creepy because they look young, and the fact that they took a photo of them over this sign, to me, was just really weird. There was no context, nothing. I just opened up a file, and this was the image that I found. That's it. No context, no nothing. I just found a file, and I clicked on it, and I saw this image. Nothing. There was no name to it. There was no subject header to it. There was no information to it. No extra context to it. Nothing. Just this photo in the Epstein files. And it creeped me the fuck out. It creeped me the fuck out. There's a name here that I can't read. There's a name here that I can't read. It's not clear. So, and then she has like this. What is this? Right? I don't know what this is. Is it a watch? The hospital. Isn't this a hospital tag? Looks like a hospital tag. To me. Hospital tag. Some type of tag. I don't know what it is. But festival bracelet. Something. But then something just looked weird to me about this. They look very young. Something looks weird to me. And I think what really weirded me out was this part, the sacrifice part. And it wouldn't have weirded me out as much, but because I read that other report about cannibalism, and a lot of the fucked up shit that they did, the amount of people that were unalived, the cannibalism, yes, cannibalism. The other victim who talked about seeing kids being cannibalized, like babies being cannibalized. Yeah. That's why it was a bit weird to me. Yeah, there's a cooler on the floor. That was weird as well. There's a cooler on the floor too. Somebody say her nails were done? I don't know about that. Oh yeah, there was also organ harvesting. I'll look through those files tomorrow. Maybe I'll bring them up again. But yeah. Kind of looks weird. But anyways, I don't know what's behind her. There's something here. Is that a person? What is that? There's something here behind her. There's something here. Can you send me that, Margara? Can you DM me that, please? Is that a fan? What is that? It's a fan. Something behind her. Oh, I think it's a fan. I think it's a fan. Or a table. Something, a table or fan. But yeah, it was really weird. Anyways, I'm gonna go live tomorrow again, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. German time, which is like 11 a.m. Pacific. I'm gonna go live tomorrow. I'm gonna do a deep diving on what's it called? Prince Andrew. And then maybe Steve Bannon. That's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Prince Andrew, and Steve Bannon probably. We'll see how much Prince Andrew has. If you wanna continue following it, then please do click on follow right now so you don't miss it tomorrow. Click on follow, come back tomorrow. This takes a lot of mental health toll, I'm not gonna lie. Allegedly, I've been saying that the whole time. I've only been reading stuff. This takes a toll on, like if I said it didn't affect me, like I would be lying. It does. Turn on your live notifications for it. If you want to support me, you can either support me by gifting or subscribing. And my pay link is also in my bio. If you do want to support me, because, you know, there's a lot of labor to go through the files, looking for everything, preparing it for the live. And then not only that, it's emotional and mental labor too that is being done. And Black women's labor is not for free. Black women's labor is not for free, especially during Black History Month, y'all. And so if you do want to support me, you can definitely gift me. If you don't want to gift me, there's also a pay link in the link tree in my bio. You can definitely support me there as well, or you can subscribe. It would really, really help, I would really appreciate it. So thank you guys. The pay link is in the link tree in my bio. Appreciate you. I hope you have a good day, evening, wherever you are. And I will be talking about Prince Andrew tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Prince Andrew. And yeah, hope y'all have hold on. Oh, sorry. Shelby said she wanted to wrap me up.
Hi. I just want to say thank you so much for everything that you're doing. As a domestic violence advocate, I see this stuff on the daily without it being in the files, and I know like how mentally stressful it can be. So please make sure you're taking care of yourself, but also never stop speaking up. Like never stop. You're amazing. I've been watching you for the last couple of days. I even subscribed to you, but I just wanted to say, like, please don't ever stop. Please keep going.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Shelby, and thank you as well for all the work that you do within your community. So kudos to you as well. I appreciate
Thank you. Yes, I'm actually fixing to be starting a podcast for my nonprofit, and I'm sure that this stuff is going to get brought up, and there's no way it can't. So I just really respect that you're doing this, and if you ever I don't know, need a break or something, I can we can try to work together in some way, because I don't know, I feel like, not that I'm numb to it, but this is just what I see on the daily. This stuff is not as surprising to me as it is to some people. So yeah, I have a lot of respect for you and what you're doing, and I just wanted to say thank you for speaking out for those victims.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good rest of your night.
Thank you, girl. Go drink some tea or something.
Yeah, I will do that right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. Prior to me going though, as a survivor myself, thank you so much for doing this. Oh my God, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. As I told you guys as well, one of the victims of George Mitchell reached out to me yesterday as well. They sent me a message. So it's crazy how many people you don't even know are impacted by this, and how they're watching maybe and they didn't share it or whatever it is. And yeah, I'm supporting this because I think it's very, very important, because I'm a survivor myself. I didn't report because I didn't think anybody would believe me. And I believe every single person that I read today about. Every person that I read about today, regardless of at what age they were, I believe you. Just wanted to say that. I believe you. I'm sorry that you experienced a lot of horrific things, regardless of what age. I'm not a child SA survivor. I'm just an SA survivor. But just wanted to say that I believe you. You were seen. You were heard. You were valued. It was not your fault. You didn't do anything. There's nothing to be ashamed about. Absolutely nothing. Regardless of what age you got SA'd at, it is not your fault. And also, sometimes SA it's not only SA if you said no or you fought back or if it was violent. Sometimes you can also be violated by somebody you deeply cared about or somebody you were close to, and that experience matters as well. That experience matters as well. You shouldn't downplay any of it. Give yourself some space. Please, please, please try to get some professional medical help. And if you cannot get professional medical help, then I really, really hope you have a good support system around you that can support you through this and you get some form of healing. And just know it's not your fault. Before I drop, I know that Callie wanted to come up. One of my mods.
Hey.
Hey, girl.
Good live, and thank you so much for hosting this and walking people through this because it's very important. And I feel like a lot of people have been really overwhelmed with these big dumps that they're doing and not felt like they had the capacity to kind of dig through them. I am one of those people. But this is really, in bite-sized, it's more consumable the way that you're doing it. So thank you. But two, I just wanted to come up here and say, as your friend, girl, don't you ever describe what happened to you as just SA again. Because I know it wasn't intentional, but the way that you kind of minimized your own experience, I like hurt for you from the comment section because you're like, I'm not a child SA survivor. I'm just an SA survivor. Like, babes, it's sad that you felt like you had to like minimize your experience to recognize someone else's. And that is coming from a child SA survivor and an adult SA survivor. Unfortunately, I'm both. But your experience is still very valid, right? And it doesn't become less valid because you didn't report. It doesn't become less valid because you weren't a child. So I just wanted you to hear that and know that your experience matters. And you never should feel guilty about taking up that space to recognize that your experience matters equally.
Thank you so much, Callie. And I'm so sorry that the things were done to you, and I hope that you also have a support system and you go to therapy, and I hope that also helps. So I appreciate you for your kind words, genuinely, as per usual, and
Of course.
I don't know what to say.
I'm sending you love, big hugs from across the pond. But that's all I wanted to say. So thank you for allowing me to say that. And once again, for doing this for all of the people, who care about, people, who care about protecting human beings, because this isn't, although a lot of these were women and children, there were little boys involved too. There were just people in general being actively harmed by a cabal of monsters, a bunch of human monsters.
I agree, 100%.
But thank you for allowing me to say that. And again, big hugs to you. I'm gonna drop back down, but great live, and I look forward to tomorrow's.
Thank you. Love you, Callie. Wow. I think I'm overwhelmed. And try not to cry, because y'all have seen me crying way too much, like way too many times already. So thank you so much. I appreciate every single one of you guys. And I'll be back tomorrow. Callie, I have so much love for you, Callie, by the way. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And yes, to all the boys as well. To all the boys that were violated, to all the men who were violated, who maybe didn't feel seen or maybe felt like they couldn't come forward. Just wanted to say, I see you, I hear you, and I value you as well. And I hope that you too have a good support system that carries you through this. And I mourn for you. And hopefully you can in some way recover a bit and do something kind for yourself today. That's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to do something nice for myself because it was heavy. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. German time, and 11 a.m. Pacific. So I'll be there tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and 8 p.m. German time. I love y'all so much, and bye.